Hello, can everybody hear me? Hello, hello. Hello. Hi then, are you still there? It's good to see you. How are you doing? Glad you can hear me. I have a cup of tea. Tea in English, tea in Norwegian. Do you have your tea? Let's see if we can get this done. Deserved day off, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So yesterday was an interesting day at work, to say the least. So I work in a public library, so that's owned by the council, municipality council. And what happened was that at 12:30 a.m. last night, or Thursday morning, can you say morning? 1:30 in the morning, they discovered that there's been a mistake and all the internal network stuff had gone down. So fortunately, the self-service at work worked and the library system worked, but if you were connected to the what do you call it, the network for the employees, you weren't able to log on. So what I had to do was disconnect my laptop from the cable network and log on to the guest network, and work around from there. So but there was a lot of stuff that didn't work, like the stationary, the desktops, they didn't work. So a lot of stuff that didn't work. So joy. So that was a bit stressful. Then says, putting my books back on bookshelves. I have been leaving them in piles following videos, reading. Yeah. Yes, I have a lot of books in boxes and also some piles. I need to get my act together and actually start making my library. I've measured everything and I need to order bookshelves and stuff that I want in my library. And you also need to order paint and paint the library. So that's something I want to do, hopefully. I meant to do it during winter, but I don't know, life happens. Then says, it is really eye-opening on how reliant we are on tech now when it goes down. Absolutely, yes. And it's a bit worrisome, to be honest. I'm glad I have the technical insight to actually work around those issues that we entered yesterday. Not everybody are. I have people who kind of didn't do anything. And I was like, ugh, but I didn't really have time to tell them how to do things either because I was so busy. So that's just how it is. Then says, I may have bought a few books. That happens then. That happens. Yes, I recently bought a book. This one, Født I rett kropp, by Luca Dan Espeseth. En transmanns fortelling is the undertitle, and this is the book by a trans activist in Norway. It's a memoir, I think. The title translated into English would be Born in the Right Body, a trans man's story. So I'm looking forward to reading this, and he is also coming to the library in August for Fredrikstad Pride, so I am going to go to that, I hope, and hopefully I can get my book signed. That would be kind of cool. Ben says, I need more bookshelf. Yes, that's just the way things are sometimes. You just need to get more bookshelves. There's no such things as too many books, there's just too little bookshelves. Ben says, I saw an interesting piece about how a lot of younger members of the workforce don't understand what's going on under the hood of tech. No, so when it goes down, they don't know how to work around. Not necessarily young people either. I have a colleague and she's the same age as me. We're just like a couple of weeks between us. I'm 2 weeks older and I'm a lot more tech savvy than her. But yes, I am also always like surprised by like younger people who they use computers and stuff, but they don't really understand what's going on, which I find incredibly strange. I think it's because when we grew up, we had to, if you were using the computer, you had to understand what was going on, otherwise things just wouldn't work. Ben says, apparently it's because of the convenient icon tap direction we have gone in. Oh yes, it was an interesting watch. So, was it a documentary? If so, where could you watch it? Was it like Netflix or something, YouTube, somewhere else? Because it sounds like something that would be really interesting to watch. Ben says, my kids don't grasp it. It's fascinating and concerning. I think we are all doomed. Yeah, I agree. And not only because of the tech thing, but also the environment. I am very much a environment, not skeptic, but pessimist. I think that because the people who are in power who could actually really do a change, I don't think there's any bits, they're not interested. They are, because they have a lot of privileges, they have a lot of money, they are privileged, they don't want to lose their privileges, and therefore not interested in doing what is needed to make a change. So Ven says, it was an IT teacher talking on YouTube. I will try and find it. That would be good. You can post, you can send me a message on Discord, Ven. If you find the link, please send it to me. It would be very, very interesting. So, yes, plans for the day. I have started the day already, of course. It's now past 1 o'clock here. So I have already done yoga. I had coffee. Well, first I got up and had a cup of coffee. Because it's my day off, of course I'm going to start with a cup of coffee. And then I did some yoga, had a shower, and then of course I had a bite to eat and stuff like that. And I also been playing around a little bit, because the thing is, I bought a green screen to use, but I haven't had the time to kind of really get into how to use the green screen. So since I haven't gotten into that, I just put on like a little background here. The green screen is behind, so I just put like a fabric over it, or a scarf, so that I had a background that wasn't green. Also, I like that it's more quiet, that there's not like a lot of things happening in the background. I can like see people go behind me people, as in my partner. It's not like a lot of people here. So yeah, plans for the day. What are your plans when you? I think you talked about going outside. Do you have any fun plans because of going outside? As for me, I have already put on a load of laundry, so I need to hang that up eventually. I also am going to brain fart. I am going to bake bread. That's also a thing I actually need to do. Ben says our laws are so far behind in terms of dealing with digital tech, partly I think because of the lack of understanding due to awful thought it's the older nature of people in power. Due to, I think there's some word missing. Yes, there's a lot of older. Yes, I'm not sure how things are here. I have a feeling that might be less bad. Our privacy laws are pretty strict. Other than that, I don't know. So Ben is popping off to get the kids in about an hour. Past that reading. Sounds like a really good plan to get some reading done. So yeah, should we start our first sprint? Because like the main things for me is like laundry stuff, and I'm not sure how long that will take. I might not be able to hang up the laundry quite yet, but I could start baking bread, and that will take a while. And I also need to make dinner today. I am planning on making lentil and carrot soup for dinner. So fresh bread and carrot and lentil soup would be a really good combination. So, Ben says I could talk politics about this for hours. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, let's start the first sprint, shall we? Get some things done, maybe read if you want to read, and I'll see you in 45 minutes, okay? Hello, hello. How did everybody's sprint go? Did you get to do anything, or did you get anything done? Are you reading something? I managed to eat lunch and I started making bread. So the bread is I put all the ingredients into my bread maker, but I don't bake the breads in the bread maker. I just make the dough in the bread maker. So I put all the ingredients into the bread maker and started it. And so it's now going, and it should be done in, oh, who knows, an hour, 10 minutes ish. And then I'll need to bake them and all that stuff. So yes, hello, and of course welcome to everybody who has come after we started the sprint, or arrived. Sorry, I mix up sometimes words that are really similar to Norwegian, like har kommet, have arrived. And I'm really tired today because I didn't sleep that well, and I had a super busy day at work yesterday, and then I went to yoga, and I'd done some yoga this morning as well, and I didn't go to yoga class, I just did yoga on my own. I can do that. Anyway, so welcome to Riverman, Indora and Victoria. It's so nice to see you all. It's lovely, and of course Van had to go, as we know. He's having the kids this weekend, so he had to go pick them up, and he has to go by public transport, and it takes forever, so we'll see. I don't think he'll be back, unfortunately. If he gets back, that would be super nice, of course. So what's been going on? Victoria has been writing a letter. Oh, that's nice. I have a letter to write. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Not sure if I'll do it this weekend though, unfortunately. I've been really tired, and work is really busy at the moment. For us, it's kind of high season. So yeah, it's super busy, and we're not that many at work because of the holidays. In Norway, we have something fun called Fellesferie, which is called, well, it's not officially that anymore. It used to be like historically, but we still call it Fellesferie, which means communal holidays, sort of. And it basically means that a lot of people takes their summer holidays off in July, so normally 3 to 5 weeks. I try to avoid that because I don't have kids, so I don't have to think about that. And it's very expensive to travel in July when everybody takes time off, of course. So I try to avoid the communal holidays. But that means, of course, that the people who are left at work, we have more to do. And there's also like high season with us because there's a lot of people who go to their hytte. Hytte culture is a thing here in Norway. And there's even a book written about it by I think it's an American living in Norway. That lives in Norway. I don't quite remember. But it's really amusing. There's quite a few funny books that is having a glance at Norwegian culture as a non-Norwegian. So yes, I have a letter to write, Victoria. I'm sorry I haven't written it yet, but I'll get around to it eventually, and you'll get it. It seems like sometimes it takes less time for letters to travel from Norway to the US than the other way around. From the US to Norway, it takes a month normally, at least. I don't know. Anyway, Ruman says, it was used in Star Trek 5. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I know it's kind of a strange thing that I haven't really watched Star Trek as a science fiction fan, but The thing is, it was only briefly on Norwegian TV, and at the time I didn't have any TV. I was a student and lived in a student halls of residence and didn't have a TV. It was in the late 90s, so I didn't get to see it. I also lived in the UK for a little bit. So, it is what it is. So, Riverman is reading a book he's been meaning to read for a couple of years. That sounds familiar, very much familiar. I do that all the time. I am currently reading A Starless Sea, which I've been meaning to read for a good while as well. I got this for Christmas 2020 or 2021, I think. It was first published in 2019, I think. And I finally gotten around to starting it, and almost halfway, almost halfway, getting there. And so far, I am really, really, really loving it. It's a really good book, and I think it's there's a lot of bookish stuff and libraries and stuff in it, so of course that hits a chord with me. Victoria says, I like your headphones. Thank you. I did too. I had to order them from outside of Norway because I wanted the cat ear headphones, and all of them were like pink. I don't want pink. I don't do pink. I love purple, but I don't do pink. Victoria says, Riverman says The Codex by Douglas Preston. I don't think I've heard of that. Maybe I have heard of it. I don't remember. I am not really... I don't have good memory for books. And I know some people kind of think that if you're a librarian, you will know all the books and you know all the titles and all the authors, but that's not the case. What you're really good at is searching and finding the books without knowing the title. Oh, it helps if people tells you what they're called, of course, but yeah. Victoria says, take your time writing letter. Yes, thank you. I rather actually have time to sit down and read properly than do it in a rush, because it gets not that good. Victoria says, The Starless Sea was once on my to-be read list, but I have since taken it off. Why did you do that? Is there a specific reason for taking it off your TBR? Let me know. Yes, as I said, I am loving it. I just love all the, like in the beginning, I was a little bit skeptical because of some of the library descriptions, but then I was thinking, okay, this is, of course, not set in Norway. It's basically set in different places, but the beginning is set in the US, and of course the library system and all that kind of stuff is different from here, so I kind of let it slid. And now it's kind of, there's like stories within stories as well, so I absolutely love that. So, do you have any plans for today, Victoria? And Riverman, do you have any plans, like chores that you need to do? As I said earlier before you arrived, I think I need to do laundry. The laundry is on. I need to hang it up at some point when it's done. It wasn't done when I was downstairs earlier. So we have a laundry room, and I absolutely love having a laundry room. That was one of the things I fell in love with this house when we came to look at it last year. Victoria says, I looked through my to-read list and wanted to only have books on it that I really wanted to read. I felt so about that one. Okay, that's fair, I guess. I'm really glad I actually got around to started to read it, because I am enjoying it so much. Riverman says, it isn't super well known. I'm expecting a bit of a Clive Cussler vibe. I like Cussler, but only as a fluffy hammock kind of read. Fair. Sometimes you just need like cozy stuff to read, you know. I actually have I have a book that I am going to read after this, which it's all over on the shelf. But I can't even remember what it's called at the moment. But I actually, it's a cover buy for me. It was so beautiful, and I'm really eager to get into it because it seems to like other people have like picked it up as well. So it's a really beautiful hardback edition with sprayed edges. I can't speak. Victoria says we were going to go to the lake today, but it's all rainy now. I'll just clean and take care of my children and hang out with them. Oh, that's a good plan. It's actually really sunny here. I actually have had my tomato plants inside for a while because the weather has been not great. Not necessarily that it hasn't been sunny, but it hasn't really been warm. It's been like 15 degrees Celsius. I don't know how much that is in Fahrenheit. I'm sorry. I could probably look it up. So 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Okay, so 15 C to Fahrenheit. So 15 degrees Celsius is 59 degrees, no, 15 degrees Celsius is 59 degrees Fahrenheit. And 20 is, let's see, thank you Google for helping me. 20 degrees Celsius is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, so not super warm, but that's Norway, I guess. Typical Norwegian summer, as they say, raining and not very warm. That is not true actually. But June can be kind of cold, I guess. July tends to pick up, and late July's also tend to be really good. And May was amazing. It was actually warmer in May than it was in June. Riverman says, not one of his huge followers at all, though. I guess that is Clive Cussler. I actually have not read anything by Cussler, but I know he's fairly popular here at least. Hi, Indora. Need to pick up my laundry right now. It's in the -1 floor, and on the other side of the building, so we'll be away from some minutes. Oh gosh. Well, I only go downstairs to to the basement. Basement floor? Is that what you call it? That's what we call it in Norwegian. So it's like a ground floor and then a floor under that. So that's where we have the bedrooms, the bathroom, the laundry room, and what is going to be my library, which I still haven't made, as I talked about earlier. So yes. Do you think we should do another sprint, or do you want to have a little bit more of a chat? Riverman is going to finish mowing at his mom's. Yeah, your mowing never stops, Riverman. It never stops. It goes on and on and on. Rumor says it will probably be 38 degrees Celsius for at least one day within the next week here. Oh, that's hot. It depends on, is it dry air or is it like high humidity? Humidity. Because if it's like high humidity, then it can be like a bit of a struggle. It's always a few degrees warmer than what they forecast. Yeah. I think it depends on here because it depends on where they like measure the weather and where you live, because it can differ from, like, if you like up on a hill or in a valley, it can like make a difference. So we live up on a hill. That's why we had such a beautiful view. Very, very humid, worse than Costa Rica. Never been to Costa Rica, so I have no clue how it's like there. It's not really a reference point for me, to be honest with you, but I guess it's bad. Victoria says, I can't imagine it being that hot out. It is 23 degrees Fahrenheit, 73 Fahrenheit this morning. 8 a.m. I think. All right, yeah. That's quite warm. It's nice when it's like in the early 20s in the morning, I think. And it tends to get warmer during the day, doesn't it? At least it does here. So, yeah, I am going blank. Talking about the weather, I don't know. It's a very Norwegian thing to do, and I also know it's a very Irish thing to do. But I think there are like parts of the world where they don't really talk that much about weather because it's so stable, while here it kind of changes a lot, especially through the seasons. Riverman says, well, it's Central America, but that doesn't necessarily mean much. Okay. It's cost... Oh, okay. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I live in a coastal city in a way. So it's different here. The climate here is very different here from where I grew up. We had like really, really cold winters with lots of snow, and then we had really warm summers, which was like inland climate. So, but it wasn't very humid. It was quite dry. What are Norwegian things to do normally? That depends on, I think. It depends on the season, of course, and it depends on if you have time off, if you're on holidays. Not quite sure what you're asking, Victoria. Everyone says baseball. Broadcasters from other teams say that this is one of the most humid stadiums in the United States. All right. That sounds tiring. Baseball definitely is not a thing you do here. I don't think I've ever heard of any Norwegian baseball team. I heard about a couple of Norwegian rugby teams, which is kind of funny, but I think I mainly know it because rugby is very, very big in Wales, where I've lived, and it's also very, very big in Ireland, and my partner is Irish, so I think that's why I kind of noticed it. But other than that, it's not a big thing. What do typical Norwegian people do in the summertime? July now, they go on holidays, or they go to their hytte, the cottage sort of thing. They go traveling. Traveling is very, very common. So if you have time off work, you tend to go traveling somewhere, or you go to your hytte if you have one. So that's what they normally do a lot. They go to and also it depends on where you live, I guess. If you're living up north, it's normally not that warm, so you don't go to the beach. While if you live somewhere warmer, you will go to the beach. go swimming. uh, so that's kind of summertime, I guess. Travel is like the big thing, I guess. And being outside. Yeah, being outside. Like a lot of Norwegians are very outdoorsy. But that's not just summer, it's also winter. We have this saying, there's no bad weather, just bad clothing, which I guess is true. Um, but other than that, what is a typical Norwegian do during summer? I don't think we have like typical Norwegian things to do per se, other than the hit, going to the hytte thing. And not everybody does that, of course, but it's quite normal. It's easier to talk about typical Norwegian things to do during winter because of the snow and stuff like that. But yes, a lot of Norwegians are really outdoorsy, and summertime is also there's a lot of music festivals. So I know there's like quite a few people who goes to like music festivals, like outdoor music festivals. There's like a festival going on here now. There was also one not long ago called Idyll. Idyll. And there was like one. There's a Norwegian artist or musician, DJ. What do you call him? Does like a DJ thing. It's called Kygo, something like that. He's Norwegian, quite well known outside of Norway as well. It's done quite well. So he was on stage and played until midnight, and I was just happy I wasn't going to work the day after because it was loud. And we're not like directly by the place where it was the festival was, but still. So should we go into another sprint, people? Oh, thanks for the heart. So, should we go into another sprint? Should we do 45 minutes again? What do you think? I'm just going to have a look at my... Oh, 45 minutes is not good for me. I need to go bake bread in 45 minutes. Okay, so we're going to do a 15-minute sprint, I think. So 15 minutes. Is that okay? So read and do whatever for 15 minutes, then Victoria can do the diapers for the baby, or the toddler, not a baby anymore, for the toddler, and we'll get a little bit of stuff done. So see you in a bit. I am back. How are you doing? Did you get anything done? I kind of needed, I think I actually needed another 5 minutes to be completely done with what I was doing, but that's okay. I'm going to chat for, before we go into a new sprint. So I'm going to chat for about half an hour, I think, and then the next sprint will be another 45 minutes sprint. So what I managed to do was hang up quite a few of my clothes or my laundry, not all of it though. I still have some left. So oh, Victoria needs to go. Have a good day, Victoria. I still have quite a bit left of the day. It's not even 3 o'clock, so quite a lot left of the day. I have today off, so that's why I can do all these chores. I'll see you later, Victoria. Have a good one. So I'll keep my window open for the view for you, says Victoria. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. You don't have to, but it's very nice. I was rushing upstairs, so now I'm kind of sweaty. Indora is done with the laundry. Yay! Very well done. I have a little bit left to hang up, and when I've done that, I'm done with that. I also started the dishwasher, which is good. I am so grateful that I have a laundry machine and a dishwasher machine and all the machinery that I can get. I don't know how I would have dealt otherwise, to be honest with you. I have a wonderful partner who does a lot in the home, does a lot of cooking. So I try to cook meals when I can and when I have the spoons to do it. Because most days it's my partner who does the cooking, not me. But yeah. Indora has to go too, unfortunately. Have fun and a lovely rest of the day. Thank you, Indora. Have fun with whatever you are doing. All the secret stuff. All the secret project. So yes. Yes. I thought maybe I should talk a little bit more about the library that I'm making. So I am going to paint the walls a fairly dark color. I need to buy the paint. I haven't done that yet, but I've actually measured everything up. And also made a little drawing. I'm not an artist. So this is how the room looks. So the door is here. So doors here, and then there's like the wall goes like this, this wall here has a window on it as well, a small window on the top, and I hope to do some changes to that window at some point. That's not first priority though. And there's also like currently there's a closet closet, and I'm going to remove that closet, but there's like a wall here. So I am going to leave that wall, but I'm going to take away the closet. And then I'll put, the plan is to put up shelves here, here, and here, and here, and here. And maybe some more. And I'm going to have black bookshelves. And I am hunting for a reading chair, and I'm going to take as long as it takes for that. Where's the treasure? 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 I don't get it. Sorry, River Man, that joke goes over my head. Is there like a thing with the treasure? I'm very confused. So yes, library. I'm looking forward to get that done whenever I get it done. Please don't mention my partner's name. I would be very grateful if you don't do that. Not sure. Can I do? Don't know if I can remove it. Not sure if I can remove that comment. Sorry. Let's see what I can do. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Treasure. Oh, the map. It's just a drawing of walls. No treasure. I wish there was a treasure, and I would be rich. But there's no treasure. That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Or secret doors, like in the book that I'm currently reading. There are secret doors, and they lead into things. That would be kind of cool. Or a cupboard with or closet with an entrance to a magical world like Narnia. That would be cool too. Narnia is actually a series I would like to reread. I have the books. I'm not sure if I have the books here or if they're still in my flat in the other side of Norway, in the other part of Norway. I don't know. So I'm wondering if I should go into another sprint. Is there anyone here? Am I talking to myself? So yes, I'm planning on doing that. So I am thinking of whether to go into a sprint or not. I know I said chat for half an hour, but if I'm going to talk to myself, that is not the most exciting thing that I do. I'm not very good at that. I have quite a few things to do still. So I need to hang up the rest of my laundry. What else do I need to do? Hang up laundry, bake bread. God, my brain is really fried today. I really need that 2 days weekend or like not to work like the long week and then have just 1 week off and then work again. It really tires me a lot. My health is not as it used to be when I was in my 20s, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't mind getting older. I know that there's a lot of people who talk about being 29 forever. Why would I be in my 20s still? I don't miss being in my 20s. I don't think the 20s were that great, to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't mind my 40s. So not worried about turning 50 in October. It is just a number. What else do I need to do today? Laundry, dishes. Oh yeah, dinner. I need to do dinner as well today, because I think I should cook. Because that's a decent thing to do. So I am making lentil and carrot soup. I'm repeating myself. I felt like I've told you already. You'll be back. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put on a sprint and I am going to make it a bit longer. I am going to make it I'm thinking 50 minutes. 50, not 15. I'm going to make a 50-minute sprint so I can get a lot of things done. Because I really need to do that. So yeah, I am going to do that. So I'm going to set the timer to 50 minutes. 50 minutes. And then I'll be back and continue the sprint. I forgot to turn the mic on. That's not the first time that has happened. But what I was saying was that when I was looking at the timer, I realized that I need a little bit more time. So what I'm going to do is I've reset the timer, and I'm going to give myself 50 minutes so I have time to do things. Because I wouldn't be able to do what I was going to do in the time I've set. That is how it's like sometimes, you know. So what I'm going to do is I am going to set the timer, or I'll set the timer to 50 minutes. And then I am going to get quite a little, well, not a lot, but I'm going to get some stuff done. I am going to do the bread stuff, and hopefully I manage to put it into the oven at some point in not too long. And no, wrong. I'm going to take the dough out and actually do the whole bread thing, and then they need to rest for 30 minutes before I put them into the oven. So I'm going to do that. I also want to start dinner, I think, like cut up everything, prep the dinner, and we'll see what I manage to do in the next 50 minutes. And after those 50 minutes, I will be back for a chat again. And hopefully there will be someone here to talk to, because I think I'm talking to myself at the moment, more or less talking to myself. There's no feedback. Anyway, so I am going to do that, and I'll be back later on for another chat, and I will see you then. Okie dokie. Hello, hi Sally. Only just remembered this. You have been scrubbing carpets. Oh dear, that sounds like a big task. I hope it was successful. So I have not started making dinner yet, but I will in not super long, I think. I managed to put my breads into the oven, so they are baking. So quite pleased with that. I should probably do a lot more cleaning up in the kitchen, to be honest with you, but let's sit down and have a little bit of a chat, will we? So I have a cup of tea. I made myself a fresh cup of tea. So it's nice and warm, but it is not cold outside. So not cold, but I drink tea whether it's warm or whether it's hot. I don't care. And it's always hot tea. I rarely drink iced tea. Better late than never, says Sally. Yes, agree. That's what we say, isn't it? Have you done anything other fun than scrubbing carpets? Are you done scrubbing carpets? I hope you're done. I hope you don't have to scrub carpets all day long. So yeah, I've managed to do quite a bit today. I've done a lot of laundry, I've done yoga, I kind of think like I feel like I've done so many things, and I guess I have. I just forget. My memory is not good. So carpet is finished. I'm glad. I'm glad the carpet's finished. So you have any other chores that you need to do today, Sally? As I said, I need to do dinner. Since you weren't here, I can say again. It's like I keep repeating myself, but since there's new people, I am making a lentil and carrot soup, and since I'm baking bread, we'll have freshly baked bread with the soup, which will be super yummy. Also done laundry and painted a wall. Wow, impressive. Are you painting in specific, is it like inside wall or outside wall? Are you doing any like refurnishing, or do you have like a big project going on? Do I remember incorrectly, but you do embroidery, don't you, Sally? I might be mistaken, and if so, I'm sorry, but I have this little thing back in my head that you do embroidery. Still have mowing, general tidying, and the shelf to put up. Yeah, so quite a lot to do. There's always a list of chores, I think. It never ends, and when you've done one load of laundry, I normally don't do more than one every day because, well, I don't even do one every day. I mostly do it on weekends when I have time. But I can't do more than one in a day because I don't have room to hang up all the laundry. It would have been lovely to have that. I could probably hang stuff outside, but yeah, I don't. I think I'm a bit worried about all the pollen. Because currently we have a lot of grass pollen, and that's my arch nemesis when it comes to allergies. It's the grass. So, yeah, I'm a bit tired today. How are you feeling today, Sally? Are you okay? How are things? You're painting inside. You removed a shelf and had holes to fill, then paint. And yes, you do embroidery. Yeah, I did. remember correctly. I think you did some flowers, didn't you? Some beautiful flowers. I would love to be able to embroider. I could probably learn, but there are so many things I would like to learn. I am currently trying to learn French, which is super difficult. I actually had French 4 years in school, but didn't really learn a lot, unfortunately. The first half year I had a really, really good teacher, so I kind of learned the basics. And then then she went on maternity leave, and we had like temp teachers, and none of them really knew how to teach French, or it's like I think there was like one of them knew French at all, and then they didn't really. And then after she was like done with her maternity leave, she moved away. So I had like half year of French or something, and then not really great French after that teaching, and then I went into the next level of school. I don't know what to call it. It's called videregående. It's like further school. I'm not sure if it's like high school or whatever it is. I don't really know what to compare it with. It was for me the 10th, 11th and 12th year in school, but I started school when I was about 7. And then I then had 2 years of French there, and the teacher was awful. Not a nice man, and actually this is a story. After I was done with like regular school, when I went on to university, I started studying English, and he met my mom, and then he asked what I was doing, and my mom said, "Oh, she's studying English." And then my former French teacher said, "Oh, how can she be studying English? Her French was really bad." First, not a very nice thing to say. Second, English is a totally different language from French. And I had when I started learning English, my first years of learning English, I had a really, really good teacher. Sally is okay, seemed to alternate between feeling overwhelmed by things to do, then following a day I feel able to get things done. Yeah, it's really hard not getting overwhelmed by all the things one needs to do. It's like all the things, all the chores, they kind of never stops, and there's always a pile of things to do. I can relate to that. It's like earlier I talked a little bit about the library that I'm going to do, and I was supposed to do during winter, and I still haven't gotten around to it. I know at least I've measured all the walls. I have decided on a color to paint the walls, but I still haven't, and I need to take down the wardrobe in there, and I need help with that. So yeah, fun times. But I kind of feel bad for not actually having done it. Had it done. Speak language. Yeah. As you know, English is not my first language, and my accent can be a little bit all over the place, and yeah, I don't know all the words. My Norwegian is by far better than my English, so that's at least something. Things I am going to do today is, what's my plans for the rest of the day. I need to figure that out. English is nothing like French, I agree. Struggle with French and found German much better. Yeah. I think if I had gone with German, I would have done a lot better than with the French, because French is hard. The grammar is far difficult, and there's like all these words, and some of them are quite similar to English or similar to Swedish, and yeah, so can be a little bit. Your English is really good. Well, thank you. I Hope. I've been learning English for a long time, and I do use it every single day. My partner is French. It's not French. My partner is Irish, so we speak English at home. And I studied English in university. I lived in the UK. I lived in Wales for 6 months. I had my work placement in Scotland. Spent loads of time in the UK and Ireland, and I read a lot in English. So I think it's a very good way to kind of learn the language and practice the language. And that's how you get better in a language. You need to use it. And I really learned a lot when I was living in Cardiff, in Wales. It was, in the beginning, it was like, I remember sitting in the, because I lived in University Halls of Residence, and I shared a kitchen with 10 other girls. The kitchen is a story in itself. But I was sitting there with my flatmates, and we were sitting there and chatting, and I was sitting there and I was like, I'm studying English at a university level. I'm writing essays in English. And I'm sitting here and I don't really understand what they're saying. Because they use like a lot of slang, and everyday spoken English is so different from reading Jane Austen and Shakespeare. Naturally, and also other books. But yeah, so that was like a bit of a wake-up call, thinking I could speak English, but I couldn't really. But no, those 6 months in Cardiff, I learned so much. Does your partner speak Gaelic? Irish. Yeah. I don't know how to answer that. My partner understands quite a bit, but doesn't really speak it per se. I think my partner's dad speak Irish. Not sure about my partner's mum. I think so, but it's different again from the dad. Also, my partner's dad has a really broad accent. And it's very hard for me to understand my partner's dad. Speaks really fast, mumbles a bit, and very broad accent. So a lot of time I'm just like, what's going on? And I asked my partner, does your dad think that I understand him? And my partner said, well, yeah, because your English is good. But that doesn't mean that I understand it. Some English accents are unclear. Oh yes. I actually did a module in a university called Social and Regional Accents in English, which was super interesting. And so they're like all these different accents, but we didn't touch on. It was just like the some Scottish, Northern England, Southern England, and things like that. We didn't touch on Irish accents at all, and Irish English is also different from British English in many ways, or English, or what do you call it? But yeah, I still really enjoy it because I think languages are so much fun. That's actually why I'm trying to learn French, even though my French is not good. I can say some things, but not a lot. So yeah, but languages are so cool. I wish I started learning German rather than French for sure. I think that if I did that, I would actually be able to speak German. And I think it's also that when you get older, it gets a lot more difficult to learn a language. And if you didn't know, I turned 50 in October, so yeah, not as easy as it used to be when I was like 12, 12 or 15 or even 20. Things were easier then. So many things were easier when I was younger. I also had a lot more energy, which I don't have anymore, unfortunately. I should probably start to exercise more, just to get more, like a higher energy level, as well as for my mental health, because I know that exercise is really good for my mental health. There are other things that are not good for my mental health, and that's why I'm not in the. There's a group, a channel on Indora's Discord. I love the Discord server, but there's a channel called Diet and Exercise, I think, and I've muted that because I know reading it can be quite not good for my mental health. I am worried that if I read a lot about dieting, it can be quite triggering. I believe in just eating a varied, healthy diet and exercise, and if you do that, you'll be fine. That's my kind of belief. So also, I'm a mere youngster. I am 62. Yes, I'm young. But still, I'm not in my 20s anymore, which I notice. But what is age, huh? Age is just a number, isn't it? I don't feel old. Like, in my head, I'm not old. It's like, it's kind of, I know I say I'm getting, like, the physical things about getting older, but the mental thing is not there. I'm just like, I don't feel like an adult, per se. I saw this reel on Instagram, which was really funny, with like it was like a cat, I think, animated cat. I was like, can I pause adulting? It's like, yes. Can I please pause the adulting? I don't want to do the chores and those kinds of things. They are kind of not so much fun, to be honest. So, yeah. I'm just sitting here thinking now about the plans. Things I need to do today is make dinner, of course. The bread needs to be taken out of the oven once they're baked. They should be ready in about 23 minutes. I absolutely love making my own breads. That is something. I have a bread maker. I talked about this earlier, but I have a bread maker and I use it to make the dough because I put in all the ingredients and it makes the dough and makes it rise, and then when that's done I take it out. I lightly knead the dough and make them into loaves, and then I let the loaves rest for 30 minutes and then I put them into the oven to bake. And it's so nice. It's so nice to have your own fresh bread, like, especially when it's fresh, of course, but your own bread. So I make 2 breads at a time, and then I can freeze one and we eat the other one, and they tend to go fairly quickly. So I think we eat about 2 breads a week, actually, which for me is a lot. But Norwegians tend to be very bread-loving people. Sally says, I have a fridge magnet that says if you haven't grown up by age 50, then you don't have to. I like that. Yes. Why are you such a grown-up? I don't have kids, so I also think that kind of what do you say? Not counts in, but it kind of adds to everything. It's like if you have kids, I think you are kind of forced to take a lot more responsibility than if you don't. And then I'm not saying that it keeps me younger not to have kids, because I think it's more like a personality thing. But I think it's if you have kids, you have more worries, if that makes sense. Yum, homemade bread. Yes, agreed. Yum, yum. It's so nice, and especially because I'm going to make soup for dinner, like the lentil and carrot soup, and having that with the fresh bread, that is going to be delicious, I'm quite sure. Um, Very un-Norwegian to talk about like my own food and say it's delicious, but I don't care. I don't care. You also don't have kids. You have cats, haven't you? Oh, the other day I met this beautiful cat. Well, I meet cats when I walk around, but the other day I met this absolutely stunning cat that was out walking their owner. It's not the owner that walks the cat, it's the other way around. And she was really beautiful and so cute, and I got to boop the nose, and I also got to like do a little poop 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 on the paw, and they were so soft. And I was like, oh, I want a cat. I can't have a cat. I wish I had a cat I could visit. So my ex-girlfriend has a cat, and when I lived close to her, I used to cat sit sometimes. And but now where we live, I don't really know that many people, so I can't really. You did have a cat. She died 2 months ago. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, maybe you told us, didn't you? Oh, boo. I'm sad. I'm so sorry. Do you think you would like to have another cat? I kind of wish I could have a cat, but there are things that makes it not possible for me to have a cat. I would have loved to adopt one. I have cat earphones. Yes! I am definitely a cat person, even though I don't have a cat. I wish I could have one, but yeah, I don't. Tea. Actually, when I grew up, I didn't like tea at all, and I think it was because my dad drinks Earl Grey, and I don't like the flavor of bergamot. So I then went to Britain, and then when I was, how old was I? I was 17? I think it was around 17, 18. And then I spent time with or was it when I was in York? No, it was when I was in York. My first year of studying English, I went to York on like a study trip. So 3 weeks. We spent 3 weeks at the Norwegian study center at York University. And I was given Yorkshire tea with a splash of milk, and that kind of made it for me. So so I now like tea, but not Earl Grey. It needs to be like black tea and with milk. I use oat milk. It was tough, yes. You lost a family member. Of course, it was super tough. I think it's very strange when people seem not to understand that even though it's like a cat or a dog or a hamster or whatever animal that lives with you, it's a family member. You love it. You love it as it was your kid. And this is something I wish people would understand, because I've had hamsters previously, and I got super upset when they passed away, and one of the reasons I don't want a hamster is because they don't live very long. I used to have one called Tiger, and he even had like a tumor in his head. I don't think it was like a cancerous tumor, but he had like a tumor in his ear, and he had to operate, and it was really expensive. And people was like, but why do you operate this little animal? Why don't you just like get a new hamster instead? And I was like, it's it's Tiger, it's my family. Uh, it's my child. So of course, and then he died a year after, I think he was. So he lived to be an old hamster, for as hamsters go. I think it was 3 or 4 years old when he passed away. And you have another cat probably later in the year. Lots of Viking stuff in York. Oh yes, that is very true. And it's very fun with the dialect. There are some like dialect words in like in Yorkshire that are very similar to Norwegian, as well as Scottish. It's like kirk for church, which is kirke in Norwegian, and it's spelled Kirke. So the same as the Yorkshire and Scottish accent, but with an E at the end. So animals are definitely family, yes. So true. So true. So yeah. So what time is it now? It is, let's see, it is almost 4:30 here. I really should get started on the dinner. So I think I'm going to do. Oh, sorry. My parents are from Orkney. Oh, that's interesting. I've never been. I've been to the Shetland Islands. I've been twice actually. First time I went like on a ship, like a big old-fashioned ship, and it's called Statsråd Lemkul, but I was so seasick, and when I got ashore, I wasn't able to be on shore because I was like felt like I was on the sea again. So when I was there first time, I was like, I'm going to go back to Shetland, but next time I'll fly. So that's what I did, and I was there in 1997, and I went on my own. I traveled solo. And I think that's a very good thing to do because you get to experience so like a country in such a different way. And I actually met someone, and when they found out that I traveled solo, I actually was asked if I wanted to come, and we went to the most northernmost house in Britain, which was fun. I think it was called Unst, the place where we were, and it was super interesting, just like traveling. I also cycled across from Lerwick to the other side, which I don't remember what it's called. I long to go there. So you long to go to Orkney or Shetland? I guess Orkney. So when I was in York, those 3 weeks, and we actually stayed at University Halls of Residence, and one of the people I shared a kitchen with, we have kept in touch, like after that, and I'm not sure if they're married, but his girlfriend is actually from Orkney as well. Apparently Shetland Airport is fun. The runaway literally falls off the cliff. Oh, yeah, that's very similar to actually where I lived up north, at Hammerfest. I lived there for 3 years, and I lived quite close to the airport, but it was like I could see the end of the airport, and it was literally like a cliff, and then up into the ocean. So you long for both Shetland and Orkney, yeah. I would love to go back, and I would love to visit Orkney. I also would love to visit the Faroe Islands. Never been. I've been to Iceland, but never Faroe island. I would love to go there, and Orkney as well. I wasn't Orkney originally Norwegian, or was it just Shetland? I know Shetland was originally Norwegian, and it was like given to Britain or to England or something as a gift, like a wedding gift. I can't remember the details. But I know there's like talk about like Shetland wanting to go back to Norway, and we were like, yes, please come back. You're welcome. You'll be very welcome with us. So at least when I kind of it was very. I kind of noticed this when I was in Shetland, because when people found out I was Norwegian, they were super friendly. So that was fun. So yes, no, but actually, I really need to make dinner. So I'm going to do another sprint. I am going to do an Indora meetup in Shetland. Orkney was Norwegian until approx 1500. I wonder if that was like around the time. Norway was on Denmark for a very long time, up until 1905, and then we're like 400 year-ish, I think. So yeah, so maybe up until about the same time as we became a part of Denmark, it might be. So yes, an Indora meetup in Shetland would be so much fun. But yes, I need to do some things. I'm going to do a sprint and some marriage or another. Yeah, sounds about right. But I'm going to do another sprint. I'm going to set the timer to 30 minutes. Hopefully I'll manage to be done in 30 minutes. And then once I'm done with that sprint, I hopefully have some soup going on and and then I can come back for another chat. I think that will be the last chat, and then when I've done with that chat, I'm probably going to end this stream. I'll cook and you wash up your lunch things. Good plan. So I'll see you later then. See you. Okay, I am back. Hello, hello, hello. So, did you manage to get what you were supposed to? I have not been reading at all today, which is a bit of a shame really, but I'll probably read later on in the day. I know that I've managed to get a lot of other things done, like my laundry, yoga. I've made bread. I have showered. Did that after yoga. What else? I had my coffee in the morning, and soup is on the. No, it's not on the stove. It's in the crock pot, bubbling. I absolutely love my crock pot. It is so nice to just like put the things in, and then it pretty much makes itself. What I'll do though is when it's done, I'm going to use my hand blender and blend it so that it goes smooth and be a creamy soup with carrots and lentils. Super yummy. Sally had a cup of tea and gazed at the mess in my kitchen. It's not a bad thing to do. I'm telling you, it's not a bad thing to do. It's good for your mental health. It's good to, not stress, just like zoom out, just sit there and do nothing, have a cup of tea. Cup of tea. It's a good thing to do, isn't it? But yes, this will be the last chat, and after we've done with this, I actually need to eat dinner and then need other things to do. I need to do other things today. Jesus. I am not very good at speaking. But yes, Sally, the mess in your kitchen is not going anywhere. So don't worry about it. It'll stay stay until you're ready. When you're ready to do it, then you'll do it. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up for not doing anything. So did you have a nice lunch? And here it's actually 5 o'clock already. I can't believe it's 5 o'clock already. I've been streaming since 1 o'clock. But I've managed to do quite a bit of things, which is good. Gosh, my head is fizzling. I am so glad that the dinner is mostly doing itself. I just had to. I have a mandolin, so I used that for cutting the onion, and then I cut up 2 carrots. I had 2 deciliters of red lentils that I did a little bit of soak, and then I had a little bit of oil and salt and some spices and garlic and with the onion, and then I put in the carrots after a bit, and then I added the lentils, and then I added some bouillon powder, vegetable bouillon powders, and some water, and I also added a potato, and now it's bubbling away, so I think that will be good. Sally had pasta, pesto, and cheese. We actually had pasta with pesto and roasted chickpeas for dinner yesterday, and it was yummy. Hey Victoria, you read a chapter in a book earlier. That is good. Listening here and there and doing all the things you do. Oh, that's good, Victoria. I'm good you got some stuff done. It's always good to get stuff done, like changing diapers and all that kind of things you need to do when you have a little toddler. Uh, so, are you having anything nice for dinner? You, it's probably a little bit away for you, Victoria. It's not quite dinner time yet, I guess. I was just talking about how I love having a crock pot. And it's nice to have a crock pot because it kind of, dinner kind of makes itself pretty much. So, yeah, it's 11 a.m. Yeah, so not even noon. But you probably, when do you eat lunch? I know that this differs greatly from place to place. I'm used to eating lunch at 11:30 on weekdays, 11:30 or noon, depending on if I'm on desk. From 10 to 12, I have lunch after desk, or I have it 11:30. Sally is still reading about Crohn's, but it sounds really interesting. So, not a bad thing. Victoria had a crock pot, used it once and gave it away. I make dinner every night, but had no need for it. For me, it's so nice because I can just put things in it and then press a button and it'll be quick, or depends on. Also, it's really good to make rice in it. It makes really fluffy, delicious rice, and the type of rice we currently have is, well, if you boil it like regularly, it's okay, but it's not my favorite. But if you make it in the crock pot, it turns out so much better. It's also like a pressure cooker, so I have the instant crock pot, I think it's called. So it makes food really quickly, and it's like a blessing when you don't have a lot of energy. You're about to eat lunch, Victoria. You're not sure what yet. There's loads of stuff. Norwegians normally eat bread with Sprite for lunch. Not very exciting. I think there's like even we have a lot of people, I don't normally, but sometimes I do, it depends on, but we have this thing called matpakke, which is like a packed lunch. And then there's even a song about it called Matpakkevisa, the Matpakke song. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's a thing. I think it was like, was it in New York Times or something that wrote an article about the Norwegian matpakke. It was it was a bit funny. But yes, pack lunch. Sally has a crock pot and love it. Yes, I love mine too. I've used it a lot. I actually bought mine secondhand. Super grateful. The person that had it before me didn't use it, so they sold it. And I bought it secondhand, and I've been using it loads and loads. I just absolutely love it because I make a lot of food that I wouldn't otherwise make, I think. You have a rice cooker. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, I think, especially with the type of crock pot I have, because it's a pressure cooker, which is also what I crock pot do. So it's kind of a rice cooker and food cooker at the same time. So you use the rice cooker, yes. It makes a difference, doesn't it? Sally also has a remoska, which is also useful. What is a remoska? I need to Google that. I don't know what that is. Remoska. Oh, it looks... Remoska, UK. looks kind of like a pressure cooker, is it? I've never seen a Ramuska before, I think. Is that an electric oven? Huh. So, what do you make in your Ramuska, Sally? I not seen that before. I know like an instant pot, but I've not seen a Ramuska before. Voted Practical Caravan Best Gadgets of 2024. Oh. Our purpose, making your life easier. I'm all about making life easier because I have a busy life with working full time, and then having a chronic illness on top of it. It's draining. So yeah, I admire people who have kids and can take care of kids and work full time and also have a chronic illness. I don't know how they do it, honestly. Sounds absolutely draining. So, yeah. All of a sudden I got really tired. I'm so glad the dinner is mostly done, but just need to blend it. Ramuska's heating element in lid cooks quickly, not like pressure cooker, curry, veg, and bean stew, etc. But I actually make curries and stews in the crock pot. I have a cookbook by Nisha. Last name escapes me. She's known as Rainbow Plant Life on YouTube, and she has a cookbook for instant cookers, and there's some really good recipes in it. I a lot of time don't really use recipes when I make dinner, but it's fun to kind of get inspirations and stuff. And there's a recipe there for a almond and lentil curry, and it is so delicious. It's so nice. Which reminds me that I need to make almond butter again at some point. Finished my almond butter. I like making my own because then I don't have to have salt in it. So I really like it when it's not salty. I don't dislike almond butter with salt in it, but I prefer it without salt. And I just like slightly roast the almonds when I make butter. I like roast it in the oven for 5 minutes on 180 degrees, I think, Celsius. 5 minutes, and then I just put them in the blender and I blend them until they're butter. So it's super easy, and it costs a fraction of what you have to pay in the shop. And if you're going to if you eat peanut butter, you just I don't eat peanuts, so I don't eat peanut butter, but you could just chuck the peanuts in a blender and make peanut butter from scratch, and it's probably much cheaper than what you buy. I don't know, but for almond butter, most definitely. Recipes sometimes seem daunting. It can seem daunting, yes. I mostly use recipes for inspiration. If there's a lot of weird stuff in them, especially if I look at American recipes, there's so many things I have no clue what is, because they're easily available in the US, but they're not necessarily easily available here. There are also things in the UK that we can't get here, but less so than the US, I think. And yeah, so I guess I mostly use them for inspiration, and it's good to kind of change things around. I can't eat the same things over and over again because I get bored. I don't know about you, but if I eat the same things day out and day in, I'll get super bored, and it puts me off the thing. So I need to kind of switch things around, and I love trying new things. It's like with beers, I want to taste a new one every time. I don't drink beer very often, but when I do, I want to try something I haven't had before. Victoria needs variety too, yes. I think it's good for my mental health not to eat the same, to be honest. I know people are different. Some people want to eat the same, like every day. But it's not for me. It's not for me. So, yes, what is it? It's 17:22 here, so it's almost 5:30. Can't believe this day has gone by so quickly. But it feels good to have at least managed to do what I planned to do, which is good. Variety is essential, says Sally. Totally agree. For me, it's so I've moved around a lot. I've worked a lot of different places. Currently, I'm probably, but I said this for my last job that I'm going to, like 2 last jobs, that I'm not going to get a new job again because it's exhausting. But I think where I'm now, I think it's a good place to be, especially as I live where I live, and I love the house. This is like forever home, and yeah, because it's spacious, it has the wonderful view, and I absolutely feel very much at home in the house. And yeah, please do another in a couple of weeks, or I might. I'm actually streaming on Sunday, but it's not this kind of stream. I will be gaming. I will be doing Baldur's Gate, because I need to. So let's have a look at my calendar. So I might... Oh, okay. So in 2 weeks' time, I'll probably be busy because I have my mum coming to see us. So I'll probably not be able to do that weekend. And the weekend after, we are going to a convention in Oslo, and then the weekend after that, we're in Glasgow. So yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to do another like sprint. We'll see. I'll let you know. Because I need the time to do it. So yeah. What else? Do you have anything plans coming up, like this weekend? What are you planning to do this weekend? Tomorrow is Saturday, so I am going into Oslo with a friend, and we are planning to go to Outland, which is my friends and mine favorite bookshop in Oslo. It has a lot of fantasy books. It's awesome, and I think we're also going to go to a health shop, basically because they have a lot of alternative food. So we're doing that, and we're probably having lunch. We were talking about going to a coffee shop called Evita because they have a lot of gluten-free and vegan stuff, and my work friend is celiac, very much celiac, so she can't have any gluten. So that's a good place to go, and their coffee is decent. It's a very nice place. So you're going to Victoria's going to the lake. Yes, you do that a lot during summers, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It sounds lovely. Like going swimming. I'm very much a freshwater person. I grew up inland, so water is what I prefer. I don't like salt water as much. Enjoy seeing your mom in Glasgow. Thank you. I'm sure all will be good. Sally is planning on gardening this weekend. I really should have done that as well, or weeding. I'm also trying to figure out what to do with my flower bed. I think I want another. I have one rose, and I want another one, at least one other, maybe two. There's a lot of things I want to do, but I haven't really gotten around to, so that's also something I know to do. Victoria says, grew up around rivers, lakes, and the ocean. Love them all, but the lake is more my favorite. Yes, I grew up with very much inland, so there were lakes and rivers as well. So I learned to swim in Glomma, which is the longest river of Norway. So we had like a really wonderful beach at Glomma, the river, with loads like sand dunes. It was super nice and super. So, what will you be gardening, Sally? Asked Victoria. Yes, I wonder the same thing. What's your garden plans? Major pruning and mowing. Oh, pruning is like making new plants, isn't it? Oh, that's cool about the longest river longest river, not longest lake. Did I say lake? If I said lake, I'm sorry. It's Glomma is the longest river of Norway. So I learned to swim in the river Glomma. So yeah. My mum grew up also inland, and she grew up in by Mjøsa, which is the biggest lake of Norway. Let's see how long. How long is Glomma? Glomma is a very long river. So actually, where I currently live is also by Glomma, the river. So it's a very long river. Glomma Festival, no. Nay. So there's like a Glomma Festival. So, Wikipedia says Glomma is Norway's longest and most voluminous river, with a total length of 621 kilometers. That's 386 miles. It has a drainage basin that covers fully 13% of Norway's surface area, all in the southern part of the country. So it runs a very long way. So the mouth of the river is actually Fredrikstad, where I currently live, so that's kind of funny. So I kind of, it feels like it's like a circle because I grew up, but that being said, I didn't really, my first year wasn't where I grew up. We actually moved quite a bit before I turned 5, so I lived a fair bit of places before that. So it is really overgrown. I guess that's your garden. So I'm not very good at gardening currently. Maybe it's next year, hopefully. I don't know where time goes. It just disappears. Pruning is cutting dead things and shaping. Oh, okay. I thought maybe there was something else, but thank you for explaining. It's not a word I know, so. So, no, it's 5:30. I'm going to end this because I think dinner will be done in not very long. And we need to eat. Yeah, what is time? Time flies. So that's what it is. Anyway, I need to end this because we are having dinner shortly and I am hungry. So it'll be good. And as I said, I will do a live stream on Sunday, same time, 1 o'clock, if I remember correctly. I think it's 1 o'clock. And I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm very excited because I've just met Karlak. So I'm very excited to go forward with that. Thank you, Victoria. I'm sure I will enjoy my meal of carrot and lentil soup with some freshly baked bread. It will be yummy. Okay, so that's it for today. I will see you around the webs. Have a wonderful rest of your days, both of you, and I will see you. I'll see you on Discord.